Hey Froggy friends, Kirostyle here, welcome back to Silent Hill 2 Remake. Thank you so much for joining me here on stream. Welcome in everyone. Sai, congratulations on being first. Kieran, welcome in. Timbit, it's good to see you. Aru, thank you so much for stopping by. Ash, hello, hello. Hope you guys are all doing well today. We are hoping to finish up the game today. Last time we made it through the labyrinth area of the game, which was very surreal. And we also had a number of boss encounters when in that area. But now we're finally out on the open. It looks like we're at the lake, finally. And I think it's time for us to head on to the hotel, which is where we've been trying to get all along. So right now, we're outside at the pier. It's pretty dark, still foggy. Not really any ambient sounds either. ACB, welcome in. Thanks for stopping by. Let's look around for ammo before I go, just in case. Road trip. That is not a road, sir. Oh, medicine bottle. Oh yeah, I also found out how to actually heal with the syringe in battle. So if you press triangle, you'll use the pills. But if you hold the triangle button, then you use the syringe. However, again, the syringe takes longer to use. So in the heat of battle, it's kind of hard to use, especially if you're trying to get off another swing of your weapon or a shot of your gun during that time. It looks like that's all there is here. Nothing over here either. And we also don't have a map for this area. And I have also not really looked up anything about this last area of the game. Unlike the last stream where I kind of had a peek ahead on how to deal with bosses to make sure I used my resources well. But I don't really know what we're in for in this last area. The only thing I really kind of looked up was how to get the different endings, which I'll talk about when we do finish the game. Oh, speaking of endings... My wife! Wait. How come... Isn't Mary's letter... It used to be between the handkerchief and Mary. And now it's in front. That's kind of weird. Wait, it's blank. Wonder when that happened. Was it when I was talking to Angela, maybe? My letter is blank. I hope Del Lago's not in the water. I don't have an infinite supply of harpoons. Oh, I actually have to manually paddle. Hold L2 to use the left paddle. Hold R2 to use the right paddle. Hold them both to row forward. Well, I guess I'm going forward. I mean, where else would I go? Oh, it's like in that legend. See, I'm rowing towards the light on the island. But it could also just be the moon. I feel like we're getting a little off. Is it my left or right? Wait, the light's moving. Wait, the light's moving. Wait, it moved. No, this way. Okay, that'll have to do. Something's coming into view, I think. Wait, okay, I was like, it disappeared. Spooky. Let's look around for some items. Oh, sweet. A map. Lakeview Hotel Garden map. Lakeview Boat Rentals. Spend unforgettable moments on Toluca Lake. These waters will bring you peace. $15 for the day. Aru, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by today. Are there no items down here? Okay, well, let's go up. Very foggy, as per usual. I thought that telescope was a person. More ice cream carts. I can go for some ice cream. Chocolate, vanilla, mint, mango, raspberry. Can I go down here? Oh, I can. Well, this just... I didn't even realize... Oh yeah, there was another staircase here. What's my favorite flavor? It depends what I'm... Depends what I'm looking for, but... I really like a good... like raspberry cheesecake. Or strawberry cheesecake ice cream. Or like a mascarpone. That little like cream cheese kind of taste with the ice cream. I generally go for like fruity flavors more than like chocolatey flavors. Not that I don't like chocolate, but when it comes to ice cream, I don't know, I kind of like it fruity. Mango's good, I like mango as well. Let's go around the left side first.
This place hasn't changed at all in 3 years.
Oh, glimmer of hope. Hey Luke, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. I wonder if there's any enemies out here. I feel like there probably aren't. As the cold draws near, they abandon their old nests to return in time. any bizarre, unique flavors that caught my interest with ice cream. I am a sucker for like the breakfast flavor ones, the ones where you get like maple syrup with like some pancake chunks, maybe a little bit of bacon. Once in a while, I do like that flavor, as strange as it may be. A lot of times it's like, if I see a unique flavor, it's like, I want to try it, but also, if it's at a place I don't usually get ice cream, it's kind of out of the way, I want to get something that I know I'll enjoy as well, but sometimes the curiosity also gets me. Kind of depends. So, there's a light bulb in that fish's mouth. I am a big fan of maple flavor, like maple syrup. I don't even want to try the door yet, just because I don't want to accidentally go inside. Well, I mean, I'm guessing the other door doesn't open anyways. Did I just hear a piano? This section of the garden is closed for maintenance. Sorry for the inconvenience. Oh, I gotta get to that fish statue. Well, no monsters out here. Also no items. Lone one of the east, out of the water's safety, now lost, out of breath. This one doesn't have a light bulb in it. Oh, great, a rotten apple. I'll stick that in my pocket. Score. Is there anything in this corner? My map is blank here. Yeah, bonus points if there's a worm in it. I could use it to go fishing. I mean, I could easily just step over some of these hedges and get to that statue if I really, really wanted to. I just want to check these doors to make sure that they're closed so that he marks it on his map. Okay, I guess that's all there is to it, but to go inside. Sweet, a map immediately.
Mary.
Waiting for you. 312. Well, there's nothing in here. Some of the doors are already shown to be locked for me. Well, the elevator is. I don't want to go downstairs yet until I finish as much as I can here. Room 312 key and ornamental key. Mr. James Sunderland, regarding the videotape you left in your room during your last stay, I'm glad to inform you we've recovered the item and moved it to the employees section on the first floor. The tape is stored within the hotel safe to be returned to you at your earliest convenience. I don't like the sounds of this videotape thing. Oh, this is nice. Put my rotten apple inside. Just playing the piano. Mary? That goes to the restaurant. Yeah, Cora, welcome to the stream. Mannequins hiding here. Intermezzo. Opening 118 number 2 by Johann Brahms. I'm so glad we haven't had like a musical puzzle yet in this game. I mean, usually they make the games accessible, so the puzzle makes sense even to someone who does not normally read and play sheet music, but still.
Did I scare you?
Yeah,
Oh, you
did. I guess I deserved it, huh? The fart face that I am.
Maybe. Then again, maybe you're not so bad. Just annoying.
Uh-huh. So, you got any other things planned? I think I saw a dark room back there you could lock me up in.
So we're good now?
No. I think you've had enough. For now.
Well, that's reassuring.
Besides, I need your help finding Mary. She's here. Isn't she? Come on, tell me.
I wish I knew.
But she said it in her letter.
Wait. So there really is a letter?
Oh. Yeah. Want to read it? Just don't tell Rachel, okay?
Who's Rachel?
She's our nurse. I, took it from her locker.
My dearest Laura, I'm leaving this letter with Rachel to give to you after I'm gone. I'm far away now, in a quiet, beautiful place. Please forgive me for not saying goodbye before I left. Be well, Laura. Don't be too hard on the sisters. And Laura, about James. I know you hate him because you think he isn't nice to me, but please, give him a chance. It's true, he can be a little surly sometimes, and he doesn't laugh much. But underneath, he's a really sweet person. I love you, Laura. I love you like my very own daughter. I wish things were different. I wish we could be happy together, like we talked about. Even so, I know you will have a good life. You're a strong, smart, beautiful girl. Happy 8th birthday, Laura. Your friend, Mary.
Laura. How old are you?
I turned 8 last week.
That means... Mary couldn't have died 3 years ago. Could she really be here? Is this the quiet, beautiful place she was talking about?
Me and Mary talked a lot about Silent Hill. She even showed me all her pictures. She really wanted to come back. She also talked a lot about you, you know? She even...
What? What is it?
Well, there kind of was this other letter. I think the one was for you. The envelope had your name on it.
Did you read it?
I wanted to. This one time, I almost did. Figured you didn't deserve to have it. But then I thought, Mary wouldn't want me to keep it from you. So I just sort of kept it for you. Here.
It's empty. Laura, there's nothing in it.
What? But I didn't take it. I swear.
Well, where is it then?
I must have lost it. I gotta find it.
Laura!
Ooh, things are getting interesting again. Hey, Mayatsumi, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by today. Yep, we're in the final area of the game. Okay, so
Laura!
Gotta be somewhere.
Laura, stop running off on your own. If anything, I need your protection in Silent Hill. Anyone here? Mannequin? Okay. Oh, better check the ceiling too. You remember that strange book you found earlier? Some very odd-looking man came in a few hours back. Claimed it belonged to him. Honestly, I didn't feel like arguing. I wanted to be through with him as soon as I could. So I gave it to him. I'm not even sure how he knew it was here. I don't think he was ever a guest here. I would have remembered. Still can't get into this room, though. Should I go downstairs first before I follow Laura? Maybe I shouldn't. Or upstairs. Well, I'm gonna guess most of these doors are closed anyways. Okay, Laura. Was that my radio going off? Monster there. I'm gonna try to melee as much as I can. Oh, there's two of you. There's two of you. Wait, there's no way you're still alive. Okay. Just double tap. I can start on this end of the hallway because it's smaller. Oh, come on, your exploder. I kind of thought it might be, but I was like, I should hit it again, just be careful, and then that was not ideal. I'll try to earn back my ammo after that last boss fight. So I got the key to that room, so let's check out the room that does not need the key first. Oh, Jesus! That was not fair. They seldom hide them like immediately behind the corner like that. In loving memory of Sean Mitchell, the family regret to inform you of his passing. The funeral service will be held at St. Stella Church in South Vale, intersection of Nathan Avenue and Neely Street at 11 a.m. Following the service, we will hold a small reception at Sean's family home. I guess the room doesn't show like the washroom on the inside. Hey Gunoli, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by, it's good to see you. I'm gonna just randomly swing behind the doors now when I go in case there's a mannequin there. Because I won't be able to see them otherwise. I have so many HP items now. What am I doing on shotgun shells, actually? I haven't used my shotgun or my rifle in a while. I have 32 rifle rounds. I have 78 shotgun shells. Oh, I'm fine. Wait, what did I come in here for? Mr. Teddy Bear? Don't know if the enemies are gonna respawn either, so... I mean, they usually don't, but I mean, like, cutscene-wise, sometimes they do. That's locked. Yeah! Oh, hi. That was a mannequin. I went to a room, didn't it? That's what I thought. We're good. I hate empty drawers. Aftermath. This game has so many empty drawers. It's like, why even bother letting me open it? Just waste my time. Anyone in the bathroom? I don't like the whistling of the wind. Oh, this goes out here. Okay, sweet. Check the utility room. Was not expecting that to open. Hedera helix seems to have some kind of pest separate from the rest of the plants, or separate from the rest of the plants, or they'll all die. Okay, not gonna pick up the key item just yet. Just in case it spawns an enemy. Sunrise wing key. Oh, Jesus! I didn't see you. Hiding behind the plant? Rude. Somehow I knew there'd be something down here too. Stupid mannequins. Please clean up room. This is room 107. Stupid mannequin. Mannequin? It's like usually when we're like halfway through a zone, there's so many enemies by then, you're like desensitized to it. But the first time you enter a zone when there's like no enemies, and then you get like the 1 or 2 mannequins that jump out at you, it's like still a little bit of a jump scare. Yeah, exactly. It's like you're not sure what to expect. You haven't, like, finished filling out your rooms in your map yet. Hey, Bunby, welcome to the stream. Thanks so much for following me, Big Froggy friend. Welcome in. Mannequin. Anything else in here? Oh, I see some bullets. Oh, no, that's not a bullet. That's a pills. I'll take those. Where does this go? Wait, this crawl. Wait, I could have crawled into this room all along? Something don't seem right about that. Does this go here? I don't think so. Does it say? Key to the sunrise wing. What's the sunrise wing? Must be on the second floor, right? No way it's in the basement. Sunrise Wing, yes, okay. Listen to the hall. Oh, there's definitely an enemy in this room. I mean, it'd be kind of cool if they made like different mannequin enemies so they could actually hide amongst these. Since all the mannequin enemies... Oh, you were behind... Since they all look the same, you can easily tell like which one's an enemy. Except when they're hiding other ones. You still hit me! So not fair. Oh, I got a ripe apple to go along with my rotten apple. Yeah, the apples must be for a puzzle. Oh, I hear you. Can't see you though. Anything in here? Should I smash it? Patient record. MSS. Well, I know what that is. I know there's nothing in these cabinets, but I feel like I gotta smash them just in case. Well, I wasn't expecting this to open again. Now I have access to like the entirety of the second floor. So good at the melee combat. Unlock it, James. There you go. You hear something scurrying. I'll just shove my apple in here. I have the key to 202. That's on the other side. I hear something. Plus, there's also stairs that go up. I don't like that ambient noise. Well, I saw the mannequin. Oh, it went into one of the rooms. Better not be behind the door. Ah! You still got the jump on me, even though I knew you were here? I hate these things. I was about to peek into the washroom, and then it came out from behind the wardrobe. I was like, great. I mean, I think that is a good mechanic, though. Like, when you turn down the hallway, you see the mannequin running to go hide. It kind of adds a little bit more tension than if the mannequin had just been hidden to begin with. It came from Narnia. No! Don't hit the... James, I was trying to whack the mannequin, and instead he decided to smash the glass first? James! Seriously. Work with me here. I was like, oh, better smack the mannequin, and then he goes and does this. No self-preservation, this man. You're still alive? How? 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 What about the third floor? I hate the shadow. Do you see this? Awful. Like, sometimes in horror games, the thing that scares you most isn't even an enemy. It's like when you turn and then your flashlight casts a shadow that's way too close, or when you're walking around and suddenly the shadow of your own character like bugs into the camera and suddenly you see like something like that. Or when you're walking and you see something in the mirror, it's just your character. Because a lot of games don't have reflections on the mirrors, so it's just shocking to see one. Most of the time, they aren't even like intentional jump scares. It's just, it just so happens to be from the way you move your camera, or the way the shadow gets cast. I'm just checking the corners in case there's like a mannequin. Let me just shove this ripe apple into this fireplace. Note to staff. Since it's taking you this long to get to the conference room, you might as well drop at room 107. I'm leaving you a key. One of the guests has made quite a mess. I do appreciate you being a compulsive note-taker, though, James. I was half expecting to be able to use this projector. Right, 107's over here. I want to explore as much as I can before I have to use the keys they give me, just because I don't want to progress the plot without having explored something. Oh, I forgot they explode. Yeah, that must be the messy guests that we're cleaning up after. Oh, I had like a no damage run against him and I forgot that he exploded. Oh, he already marked on his map that these doors don't open, okay. Not be a mannequin hiding around the corner. Oh, bloody footprints. I like that. Can I go through the exit? Oh, I can! I was not expecting to be able to go through the exit. Okay, bye everyone, I'm leaving. Where does this go? Oh. Where's this? Oh, this is the other side. Okay. First I want to explore the bloody room. Might as well. Oh, never mind. I can't go into the bloody room. Probably for the better. Can y'all stop playing your string instruments in the background, please?
James!
Right, she's supposed to be in room 312. I knew it! I was about to swing behind the door and I was like, I don't need to do it. Should've just followed my instincts. I just need to compulsively swing. It only failed me that other time when I swung behind the door and it ended up that it wasn't behind the door, but behind the wardrobe. Hey Cupid, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by today. Can I use these? What do you mean I can't use the bolt cutters on this? Surely it would work. We finished on this side of the 3rd floor. I hate when they do that. Mannequin? 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 The room has so many bird cages, it's kind of disconcerting. Something there. You could totally get over there, James. Be dangerous, but you could totally get over there. I mean, logically, I could shoot the glass and the thing would fall through, but I feel like that'd just be a waste of a bullet with the way this game works. Toss a birdcage? That'd be actually a great idea. If this was like an actual situation. Hello, lovely hamster. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. And thanks for being a froggy friend. I appreciate it. Mannequin. 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 There totally was one. Oh, never mind. Well, I know you're in there. I don't think it's a mannequin though, because otherwise my radio would not be going off constantly. I bet it's in the washroom. Oh, it's just you. Not even an exploding one. Why is this room just empty? Might be something in this washroom. Honestly, these are like the nicest toilets we've seen in the entire game so far. I mean, I guess the only thing for this is it's a shortcut. I've already been on this side. Is that all I have to do on this floor for now? I guess so. Yeah, you're absolutely correct. The toilets are too nice. Therefore, James doesn't feel like sticking his hand inside them. Actually, while I'm here, I'm gonna save again. I'll save on an extra slot just in case. Again, I haven't had any issues playing this game yet, but my friends playing this on the PC have had many... I've heard of many soft blocking glitches. Actually, let's go, while we're here, let's go check out room 107. Wait, you respawned or you're new? Oh, there's two of you. There's two of you. I hate that. I'm barfing all over the place. I hate it when I see one enemy and I get all confident and then they throw a surprise second one at me. Keeping my eye out for hidden mannequins. You tried this the first time, huh? I was gonna say, did you see what happened to your friend, but the body of the other mannequin disappeared? I don't know, it sounded kind of like a laugh or a cry of despair, I'm not really sure. Mannequin! Safety swings. Yas, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by today. Note to staff, while you're at it, be sure to sweep out the leaves in the garden. Then you can get back to the fireplace. I like how a lot of these hints and notes that we get are very, like... They don't exactly tell you to go to one room, but, like, they somehow draw a connection between the two using some, like, staff notice that they left over somehow. Oh, there's something in there. Who's there? Show yourself. Am I in the garden now? Oh, I am. I'm out here. Oh, James, you missed! You missed! You missed! You missed, James. How did you miss? At least out here, there's enough light I can actually see. Someone's here. You thought you were slick, huh? I don't think we need to give the nurses revolvers on top of their pipes and knives. those mannequins keep getting like a hit on me. Where are you? Oh, you're an enemy. Back wipe. You. Yeah, a lovely garden. Something else here. I heard it. Yes, I know there's nurses in the third game with revolvers, but we don't need them here. I could do very well without them. Fireplace key. I guess those are all the enemies out here. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of expecting something to pop out the hedge. How did you get back up? Now they're having like reviving enemies. Honestly though, it'd be a good jump scare, but I kind of know from playing this game that they're not the type to do that in this game. I have to be cautious of areas I've already been to. You never know when they're gonna just randomly respawn the enemy. Okay, where am I going next? I guess should I go to the fireplace next? I feel like I should do the other side of the building, but it might be useful to do the fireplace first. Let's go through the outdoor route. Be nice. Okay, let's go to the fireplace before I forget. Oh, I bet the fireplace is like, oh, you probably put like the ballerinas in here. Stop tuning your string instruments. That's not good. Let me guess, the door closed behind me.
God damn it.
Me too, James, me too. Oh, it's one of these things. I actually get to kill one now. You get the shotgun. Oh god. Reload, James! Faster, please! Oh god. Double tap, triple tap, quadruple tap. Why is the music still playing? So these were the things we saw earlier. They were underneath the grates in the labyrinth, but we couldn't fight them there because they were underneath the ground, and now we can actually get them. They're called mandarins. Well, thanks for opening the door for me, I guess. I'll switch back to my... Actually, let's reload my shotgun. I hate how James can't... James seems to be unable to reload while, like, moving sideways. Like, he just doesn't want to do it. I have to, like, actually stand completely still. Maybe he's not a very dexterous man, but pretty strong. I mean, again, breaking down these walls with just a pipe, I mean, it's pretty impressive. Of course, of course. He's just a man looking for his wife. Okay, I'm over here now. Oh, this room's bloody. What is this? Blood red paint. Got to paint the apples. Paint the apples red. Paint the roses red. What if that's actually what I need to do? No, it's nothing I can be. I need to combine it with, like, a can opener or something. Open it first. Okay, now I'm back here. Now the question is, did they respawn the enemies? Looks like not. Okay, now that we're done with that detour, let's go to the other side of the wing that we still haven't gone to yet. Still an enemy in this hallway. What's the save station? Okay. They wouldn't ambush me in the save station, now would they? Pride before the fall. Letter E, Niavos. It's a book puzzle. It's gonna be a book puzzle. Revelations, a new understanding. The one whose sword, Alice Burrows. Stalwart to the end. Oh, I have to do it in the order. So one who soars is in the bottom left. Oh, no, that's Icarus. It's not the bird. It's a lion and then the bull. Stalwart to the end, Revelations, Pride Before the Fall. Pride must be the lion. I mean, at this point, if I only have 2 books left, I could just try both combinations, but there must be something here that will tell me. Oh, they have pictures on them. So Icarus goes here. Then all right. Or is it reversed? Pretty sure I had it right the first time. How do I activate the little dinner plate in the middle? Well, it was worth a try. There must be a note somewhere else that tells me. Unless there's no indication that it's correct and it unlocks something elsewhere. Could also be. It must be related to this. Well, I guess in the middle it's 2 spears, right? So that's... Oh, but the spears are... So here they're shaped like a V. So it's this way. Right? Does that not matter? I feel like this is something I could probably do now, and not something I have to wait for. Let me just see. Doesn't make sense, okay. Wings Eagle. But why is it that way? That's not right. But again, this guide has led me astray before. This guide has told me the wrong thing before. I think it's the direction of the spears. The spears go in this way. So on the open ends of the spear, it's the lion and the bull. So the lion and the bull go down here. And then the bull is on the same side as Icarus. It could be reversed. Okay, there we go. Huh, I didn't even need you, guide. In fact, you were leading me astray. Secret room. No mannequins in sight. Oh, I'm supposed to put a new light bulb in here. I thought he was trying to take the old one with me. Are you writing this all down, James? And I'm assuming I can't solve the briefcase puzzle yet, right? So, when I picked up all the photos, do I need to go to those locations, or do I just need to use those locations to unlock the briefcase? Okay, you know what, let's come back to the briefcase later. Hey Lexi, welcome to the stream. And again, keep in mind for people that have played this game before, just be wary of giving away too much, whether it's the original story or this one, because we want to be surprised when things happen. Silent Hill flower deliveries. Perfect flowers for perfect occasions. Our best sellers: lilies, chrysanthemums, hydrangeas, gardenias, gladioli, carnations, daffodils, hyacinths, violets, roses, orchids, and more. 20% off for wedding bouquets. Call us at 1207. There's someone lingering. I hear someone. Oh, I was surprised this hallway didn't have an enemy. Ah! I was ready for you, and you still hit me. I was ready for you, and you still hit me. That is so rude. I was ready for it, and it still hit me. Dang mannequins. There's a thumping coming from in there. Oh, hi, I see you. Don't want to get double teamed by a mannequin. Yeah, you see what I did to your friend, huh? Back away, back away. Hello. Oh, you got on the floor. That you're easier to take out. Oh, I knew it. I knew it. Oh, he went into the vent. That's why. I knew I was about to get double teamed in here, but I wanted to go after the lying figure first because they're easier to kill when they're on the floor. You coming back? No. Well, now I know you're in there. Hate that I feel vulnerable when going through the vent because I don't get up right away. Where are you? There you are. Back away, it's gonna explode. And the camera starts pulsing because you back up against a wall. Okay, so I'm done with that side of the hallway. No mannequin's gonna catch me unawares. Why is it suddenly buzzing? Someone outside the door? Yes. Did you... Were you the same one that I killed here? That body's gone. Someone's thumping. I don't like this. It's an empty room. I have the key? Yes, I do. Who's the thumping? Examining this brings me over here. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the sweetest of them all? Peel away the shiny skin, see the rotting flesh within. Well, I gotta do something with my apples then. Oh, I gotta fix the mirror. Can I rotate? Yes, I can. Pieces don't quite fit the way I expect them to. Why can't I? So I can only put them here, here, here. What kind of spot is that? None of the locations it wants me to put them down make sense. Oh wait, no, I get it. I'm not. Oh, I was trying to fix the edges. I'm trying to fill in the center. That makes so much more sense. Okay, that's why I was confused. I thought I was trying to fill it. I thought I was trying to do the reverse. Now that I look at it, that doesn't make sense. I think I'm missing a piece, though. No, never mind. There's one there. Oh, not the paint can. Oh, there's like literally a missing piece. Okay. Why does it start from here, though? So I think I gotta put the apples down, and then somehow the mirror reflects and does something. Oh, the broken piece is just here. Okay, I wasn't expecting it just to be in the next room. Probably gonna get attacked by something the second I do this. Can I undo that? Was that correct? I thought I was gonna put all my apples in. Must have been correct. It's checked off, okay. Gonna go save in the reading room. Did he mark on the map where to go for the suitcase pieces too? No, he didn't. I wonder what that mirror thing opened up. Oh, I can't even get up here from here, okay. Items do I have? Oh, I should put my Cinderella figure down. Oh, I haven't checked the basement yet. You go here? No? Here. Yeah. I wonder if it's this gate. Oh, I could use the bolt cutters here. Oh, then I can get the light bulb. Yep, my bolt cutters are only one use, apparently. They must have broken... Oh, the same way the padlock just kind of dissolved into nothingness, my bolt cutters probably did that too. Large one of the West, tempted by the lure's appeal, failed to resist it. Okay, so I have the light bulb now. I think I'm done with the garden then. Special places spark fires that warm our hearts forever. So the mirror was from the reading room. Oh, I need to paint the light bulb red. Oh, but I have to open this thing first. Cannot be opened by hand. Oh, okay. I think this is what it's telling me. So, like, I opened up the gate, and I got the light bulb. I think one of these is probably, like, where I got the paint. The other one needs to be where I got the... where I get the thing to open the paint. Again, I haven't checked the basement yet, so let's go there next. I'm pretty sure after I checked the basement, I would have checked every room that is currently available to me. I'm surprised there was no enemy. Note to staff, be sure to clean up the fireplace in the conference. Well, I already did that. That was a useless note. Okay, so I did that already. Pretty sure I did this room too, the bloody room with the door cracked open. Doesn't say what room it is. I didn't check all these either. $217. Right, that was the room that had the thing lying on top of the glass. Maybe I was supposed to shoot it. I just didn't want to waste a bullet. Can I shoot from here? It's like over here, right? Oh, it's like over there. Okay. Okay, well, I think it's worth a shot. I probably have to shoot it from above. So what room did it fall into? Was that, oh, that's the piano. I wonder, probably not. I was like, I wonder if I can go down there and shoot it from above and have it fall down on me. Not sure if the game would let me do that though. That's not right. Hi, Cupid. Thanks for dropping by the stream. Ah, that's what I need. Can opener. Ah, just what I need, a red light bulb. Your clown nose, sir. Hey Juan, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. I bet that when I put in this light bulb, it's gonna somehow give me the numbers for the suitcase. Oh, these are letters. Oh, these are letters, not numbers. Deed. Done. Okay, now we're cooking. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, I know what's coming. Oh no. Oh no. Not this elevator, right? No. I think it's the basement one. I know what's coming. Oh, you'll see. You'll see. That's not the employee elevator, right? Oh, the employee elevator's on the second floor. Ay, ay, ay. I'm not looking forward to this. Ugh. Ugh. No, I know I want those. Ugh. I think you guys can already see what's gonna happen. Surely I could defend myself with Angela's knife. Yeah, in case you couldn't tell what was happening, this elevator has a weight limit, so I had to leave behind all my belongings. No medicine. No weapons. Actually, you know what? I should... Before I leave my medicine, I should drink one more... Just to top myself off. Oh, actually, I don't need to. Okay, I thought I might have not... I thought I might be in the green, but not... topped off. Okay, and I already know a little bit about what to expect down there. I'm not really worried about the regular enemies. I'm worried about... Well, you'll see. So where does this bring me, exactly? Oh, I don't even have my map. Surely they'll let me take my map, right? Probably not. Right, the entire employee section was blocked off. That's where I'm going. Will they let me go with my map? Probably not, because the employee section is... Come on, it's just pieces of paper, man. Just, the funny thing is that it lets you take Angela's knife, and you can't use it as a weapon. You know what makes me nervous about this game when it comes to stealth, though? Is the fact that you can't crouch. That's what really gets me. Like, I know in this game, if you walk without sprinting, like, that's considered stealth. Like, this is considered stealth compared to this. But the problem is, like, I'm still like standing up. Like, I'm still standing up. Like, I'm gonna be in plain view of any monsters that see me. No, there's no crouch. The only time you can crouch is when you have to like duck through like a little ventilation shaft. I could turn my camera. I can't do anything. So the thing is too, when I'm down here, the regular enemies are fine. If they see you, they probably give up chase after a little bit. However, there are some other enemies down here that will chase you until they cannot chase you anymore. Which means the second you set one off, you're screwed. Oh, I already see it. It's the mandarins. Okay, apparently though, they have bad eyesight, so they won't be able to see me from a distance. But, like, the second they see you, they will chase you forever until you, I guess, retreat through the elevator. I think they have set patterns though. I don't wanna... The worst part is I don't have my map anymore. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. There's two, like, right outside the elevator already. I don't even have my radio to tell me when they're near me. Or my flashlight. Although the flashlight is not good for stealth anyways, but... He's still there, I can hear him. You can't get me in here, right? Hi! Oh, god damn it. You're telling me I have to gather 6 things? Oh, great. I'm gonna pick up some extra bullets, and when I get on the elevator, it's gonna start blaring at me. Okay. I mean, I was able to run from those things. I was sprinting away from those mandarins, so they didn't hear me. I think as long as I don't touch them, or if I'm like right in front of their face, they won't see me. Yeah, maybe their hearing isn't good. I know the lying figures will hear you. The flesh bag enemies will hear you. I'm gonna unlock this. I see him, he's right outside that door. The worst part is I don't have a map. I mean, so far I kind of know where everything is, but... Who's squishing in here? It just doesn't make sense that I can pick up bullets while I'm down here, but then when I get on the elevator, it doesn't let me. Oh, the other thing is that I can't save, right? So if I get caught, unless I go back up the elevator and save. Maybe I should wait until I have all 6 of these before putting them in. He's not down this hallway. Wait, there's a one-way door? Why are the lights in the elevator off? I can't go back up the elevator. Why is that door a one-way door? Oh, you gotta be kidding me, there's another puzzle down here? Really good use of the sound design, though. No, no, no. Oh, a map! Oh. Thank God. I've explored about half of it, though. Seven golden rules for employees. Employees should report for duty on time. Employees should not be absent without valid reason. Employees should report for duty in well-pressed uniforms. Employees should not take off their uniforms while on duty. Employees should maintain a polite and helpful attitude towards the hotel guests. Employees should help maintain a positive public image of the hotel. Employees should immediately hand in any lost items. Oh, are these hints on where I can find all the gems? Well, there's 6 gems and there's 7 hints, so there must be something else. I'm Johnny, one hot guy. What does that mean? Did you write that down? I'm gonna go for the laundry room next. Why would you grunt? Why did he grunt? Is there an enemy in the next room? Come on, James. You punched an enemy in the last stream. Surely you could fight them without your your metal bar. Enemy? Oh, I think there's an enemy in the next room. I think I have to... Well, actually, it's okay. If the only way into this room is through the grate, I just have to go in there, run around like a headless chicken, pick up the thing, and then go back through the grate, right? I don't think there's a... I think the mandarins are probably only in the hallway. I think. And if the mandarins don't enter the rooms, or if the rooms remain locked, then I think me setting off a regular enemy, like a flesh bag, won't trigger the mannequin. Oh no. This is the hallway. There's no enemy, though. I mean, there's no puzzle piece in this room. I mean, there's no puzzle piece in here. Wait, did you see me? Oh god, that scared me. The music changed in the way it stared at me through the window. It's like, can you even see through windows? Are you kidding me? Do-si-do. No, James! Do-si-do. What am I grabbing? What am I grabbing? There's no item. There has to be an item in here. What do you mean there's no item in here? Ah! I can't say! I can't say! Yeah, why can't you just grab the frying pan and hit it? There has to be an item in that room. Can't see me. Okay, there's a green gemstone on the counter of the kitchen. In the back corner. I have to go back into the kitchen. I think you can probably... I think they probably did this intentionally. Like, when you go in here, it's probably possible to stealth this guy. But if you can't, you just escape through the crack in the wall. Don't know where he is, though. There it is. Apparently the bread thing is an inside joke with Silent Hill. Okay. Okay, so apparently I don't need 6 gems. I just need 3. Thank gosh, too. It's kind of like how in the... It's kind of like how, remember in the apartment building, I thought I needed 5 coins, but then the puzzle only needed 3 to fit into the 5 slots. Okay, now I have to get... Oh. I don't trust him. I don't know how far he is that way. He's over there, okay. Hey, Bibulus Prime, welcome to the stream. you see me? Uh-oh. Okay, no. Oh, okay. So they do chase you, but I guess they can't go through closed doors? Or if they think they see you? Okay. Whatever. Hey, Danger. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, I need to make the symbol. Seven 414. What did Johnny have to do with anything? He didn't write it down. Okay, I'll write it down. James usually writes down all the combos on his map. The one thing he doesn't write down. Okay, now we gotta figure out where the enemy is before we exit. I don't trust going through that one-way door again. It almost screwed me over. You know what, maybe I do. They do a good job of like tricking you with the sound. Does the basement key open up the stairwell? Yeah, turn down the TV volume too. They seem to have predictable routes though. James, jump through, idiot. Open it, you fool. Wait. Why do the stairs only go down? I want to go up. No, I have to do this a second time? It is a basement key, you're right. Where am I trying to go? Boiler room, liquor storage, maintenance room. I don't think the elevator's working, so I shouldn't go that way. Hopefully there's only one Mandarin out there. Let me just make sure. Okay. Yeah, right now we don't have any of our weapons. Or our healing items. Oh, I need to get to the maintenance room, I think, first. But that's a dead end. The problem is I can't see where the enemy is. I mean, I guess if he chases me, if I go in here, I could unaggro him. Yeah, I love how they make it so that we absolutely demolish one of these enemies, and then now we can't even get past them at all. Oh, thank God. This room has, like, gaps and holes where you can peek. Hey, Karu, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, there he is. Oh, so they still can't... If I have my map out, they can still move. That sucks. See, the worst part is if I go out through this crack, I can't go back through it. I mean, I could. It just takes time. It didn't seem to notice me. I think it is very blind. I hate how sometimes I think, oh, he's going around the corner, and then I go around the opposite way, but then somewhere along the way it turns around, and then I meet it. I think it's only one, though. Is there nothing here? Oh, there's a... I have to stop that valve. Or I have to stop that steam jet using my valve, don't I? Can I attach to that? I don't know where the enemy is, though. Wait, there's a barricade there. He can't get me. I think. I was gonna say, it's gonna suck if I have to turn that valve while he's patrolling. Okay, and it looks like the way back is just directly on the other side of this door. So I don't have to... I was afraid that once I get my objective, it's gonna, like, chase me. I guess this explains how I can pick up items down here and bring them back up, because I can't use the elevator going back up anyways. Uh-oh. What's that? Did it break through the barrier? Gonna force me on a chase on my way out. And maybe it's just a piston trying to scare me. Please, no more mandarins. Oh, I gotta take it back with me. At least I didn't have to slowly crank it. This is gonna bring me back to the bar. From there, I can go back to the lobby. I think I'm in the clear now. I'll still be on my guard though. I'm trying to think, are there other areas of the hotel I haven't been to yet? Other than the entire wing where Mary's room is. Oh, save room! Save room! Save room! Save room! Better leave. Well, that's great. That's exactly what I want to hear. Save first. Save first. That was a pretty good section of the game. Like I keep saying, like at the end of the first or second stream, I felt like I was getting used to the game and there wasn't really anything to be scared about anymore. But then they did things like the prison level, for example, was very dark, and then we had enemies crawling on the ceilings, and then we also had like the introduction of the nurses in the hospital. So they still continue to keep things kind of fresh in each zone. The mandatory stealth section, nerve-wracking, but honestly I feel like we should have had more of those earlier in the game. As much as I would have hated it, I think it would have upped the scariness. Because again, when you're able to fight back against everything, it becomes less scary after a while. Even though the combat is not, even though it's not like Resident Evil combat, it's still combat. Even though I think the harder thing in this game is managing your items, because despite there being no inventory management system, there's just, the items are just scarce in general. Let's see if we can get back to our items without having to fight anything. The hotel's looking a little bit more dilapidated now, too. Where the heck did Laura go? This door was... I didn't leave this door open. Wait, why is it closing? Give me back my items. Imagine if they were all gone. Can't believe they still let us take Angela's knife even though we couldn't use it. Okay, I have old reliable back. I have a Shooty McShooter. Yeah, all in my pocket dimension. The mermaid goes here. I'm still missing one. Now I've done everything in this zone. There's an exclamation mark in 201. And then there's the padlock over there. Wasn't 201? Oh, the apple puzzle. What's that about? Let's see. Oh. Oh, I think there was something else in that room I should have been able to examine, but I did not. Why do I still have... Oh, I don't. Wait, I only put one apple in the tray. How come I lost my good apple and my rotten apple? Hey, tiny oversized hoodie thief. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by and being a froggy friend. Was it a choice? Like, did I have to choose one of the apples? I thought that I was gonna put down both apples, but then it only let me put down one. Oh. Oh, the mirror was on the other side of this wall. Oh, when I put the apple because it's Snow White. Oh, opening the mirror, fixing the mirror opened the room next door, and then James even marked it on his map, and then I didn't go in here. Well, James, thanks for that. Why is the room... Why is everything rumbling? Oh god. Why are there so many of you? Oh, the hotel's even more dilapidated now. Okay, I got out of there, though. I thought the door was going to be locked and they would make me fight everything. Oh, does that mean enemies are now respawned in all the hallways? Actually, let's do a new slot. Well, I'm not going to go in any hallways I do not need to go into. Oh, I'm going to need to go back up to the 3rd floor to get that padlock. Okay, let me guess, this is a rotate-y thing. I thought I did it, but I think I just backed out by accident. That looks right. That looks right. That looks right. Oh, I can move the middle one. You know, that's correct. It's correct, but this one is slightly off, but... Like, I can't adjust the angle on this one more. Oh, maybe they don't need to connect. Maybe they don't need to connect the dolls. Maybe I just need the middle to connect. So now that, okay, do these move together now? No, they don't. Oh, what if I just need to connect the doors? That's pretty close. Alright, I need to fix the middle one once I finish adjusting everything else. No, I think that was it. That's pretty close. Not quite. This looks... Well, there's one line that's not. There's no way that one matches up. Because the top one only turns like 4 different directions. So it's probably the easiest one to match. And that one just doesn't make sense. Unless it goes like that. I don't think so. Oh! That might work. Except the mermaid's not connected now. That's pretty close, but it's not quite. Thing is, I'm not sure what I'm trying to connect together. Is it the doors or the maidens? Or is it both? Let's see. Oh. So the goal is not to connect them so they overlap in the middle perfectly. Oh, James, stop backing out. The goal is just to connect each princess with the door that she's paired with. Is that not correct? Oh, there's a button I have to... Oh, there's also a button I have to press. No wonder it wasn't clicking on its own. Oh, if I clicked that, that would have made so much more sense. Okay, I need to... Oh, wait, that was it. Okay. Well, now what? What began with 3... One would soon deplore... Actually, let's read it like this. What began with 3, one would soon deplore, 7 kindly souls opened up the door. So that's Snow White. Trading 1 for 2, away she would roam. The love of 5 would bring her back home. Taunted by the 2, she would toil away, leaving 1 behind, she is found away. So did I do it? Or did I not do it correctly? I think I didn't do it correctly. What does the keys do? Am I supposed to turn these like according to the number of times in here? If I reset. Okay, so I think I finished the first part of the puzzle. Now I just have to do the second. What began with 3, one would soon deplore, 7 kindly souls. Trading 1 for 2, away she would roam but the love of 5. Taunted by 2, she would toil away, leaving 1 behind. So, each one has 2 numbers in it. Let's try the second number. So this is 7 kindly souls, so... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, I can only turn the keys one way. 1. Oh, I think I got it. Okay, so I have to go to the 3rd floor. But there's probably a bunch of enemies. Well, I don't have to go to the sunrise wing, where all those mannequins were. I don't think they can cross through the foyer. In there's a bunch of enemies. Here, there's probably enemies, but... Well, maybe not. My instinct is just to dodge away from the door. Now it's quiet. Too quiet. Wait, so there's no way they're not going to let me explore the entire... See, look, the entire right side of this map is unused. There's no way. I have 128 bullets, 85 shotgun shells. Mary? Yep. Truly special.
Are you taping again? Come on. I don't know why, but I just love it here. It's so peaceful. You know what I heard? This whole area used to be a sacred place. I think I can see why. It's too bad we have to leave. Promise you'll take me again, James.
Hey, there you are. Do you know where Mary is? Come on, talk to me.
Mary's gone. She's dead.
Liar. That's a lie.
No. It's the truth.
She died because she was sick.
I killed her.
Well, don't tell Laura!
Kill her? Why'd you do it? I hate you. I want her back. Give her back to me. I knew it. You didn't care about her. I hate you, James. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. She was always waiting for you. Why? Why?
I'm sorry. Mary, you know, isn't here.
Yeah, her little squeak on the way out was a good touch.
James!
Mary?
James! Where are you? I'm waiting. I'm waiting for you. Please, come to me. Do you hear me? Please, why won't you come?
But where? Where are you?
You're so close now. Please, don't give up. Don't leave me out here, James! James!
Mr. Sunderland, you've been a naughty boy. Great, I think we've been transported back to the other world now. I don't want to have to use up too much of my ammo because I know there's going to be boss fights coming up. Does that mean we just don't go through those rooms? Oh no, this room's open. It's very atmospheric. Oh, we do cross over to that side of the building. Mannequins? Hey Mondo, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by today, it's good to see ya. We're doing well? Like how it's like, here, you can have 2 bullets. We know you're near the end of the game and you might be low on ammunition, so here, have 2 bullets. Yeah, here, have 2 bullets, you killer. Here, have another 2 bullets. I have a feeling there's no enemies in this area, it's just to set up for what's to come. Well, I had to go this way anyways. Well, maybe this is for like extra stuff. Well, I was supposed to go this way. Well, I want to check out there first. I went this way because I thought it would be the wrong way. I mean, I think I'm pretty good on ammunition and stuff, but I think every bit helps, right? Yeah, the whole color scheme of this place is good. Maybe I was thinking, do I go to 309? Or do I continue this way? Big question mark here means that something's this way, but... what's the cart for? Well, the fact that he marked the question mark here, to me, means that that's a mandatory place to pass by. So that means I should go this way first. Right? It does let me back into the hallway, okay. Well, that only leads me there, okay. I thought this would lead me through 308 and 307 and 305 as well. Somewhere around here there should be a hole for me to climb. Oh, here. Wait, but if I put the cart here, it's gonna fall. Well, that's why James has a question mark on it. You're supposed to pull the cart there, okay. There is no healing of thy bruise. Thy wound is grievous. Load me up. Thought I saw something. Well, now I can't go through there, James. Smooth. I guess I was never meant to go into that room in the first place. Well, come on, James. When he has to jump down like a bottomless pit, he has to prepare himself. Like, I had to press the button for jump like 3 times. And I get to do that again here, even though it's like a very small drop. Come on, James. The music faded. Oh, save station, thank gosh. This might even be the last save station. I'm in the reading room. I'm gonna go back this way and see if there's any items. Oh no, the hallway's blocked. Wash yourselves, make yourselves clean. Remove the evil of your deeds from my sight. Yeah, I'm glad you guys are enjoying my playthrough of this game. I have a lot to say when we finish it. I've been enjoying it, even though, again, some of the streams make me a little bit quite tired at the end. It's quite a tiring game to play for hours on end. Yeah, it's probably, like, intentional, too. Like, really puts you in the mood of being in Silent Hill, right? Meanwhile, Mr. James here is, like, completely unfazed by anything. Completely unflappable in the face of any danger. More like he just doesn't care, I guess. Again, I don't think there's actually any enemies in this last area. This is all just like to set up the mood. Give me some items. This is a mannequin room, right? Yeah. Except they haven't really been giving me that many items going through these last areas. You think they'd be loading you up, but then again the game's like, well, if you're not prepared by this point. What is this room? It's like a closet or something? It's a little dead end of a hallway? I'm on floor 2, I can only go to the basement. We love the basement! Ugh, it's like knee deep. No, don't leave me down here, elevator. Lork, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. I thought the sound of the water sloshing at my feet was the sound of my radio going off, and I was like, is there an enemy? Oh, there's another save station. Well. Yeah, Lork, you missed the worst elevator in the game. Probably for the better. Yes, the best and the worst. Oh, am I out of empty save slots? I didn't realize there was a limit. I mean, that's totally fine. I was just surprised. Does that mean if I start rewriting these ones, do they not go to the top of my list? I mean, I just want the newest one at the top of the list. He looks so meek when he's moving forward in the water and sprinting like this. Like, the way he puts his arms in front of him. Where is my end goal? Am I just gonna have to trudge through the entire hotel again? Without any monsters? Quick, drink all the alcohol! Okay, extra shotgun shells, thank you. This looks like an exit. But I know this goes into the stairwell. The stairwell that goes to the floor above. Oh, I totally forgot about this scene. I totally forgot you were still around, Angela.
Mama? Mama! I was looking for you. You're the only one left. Maybe then I can finally rest. Mama. What's wrong? Wait. You're not my mama. It's you.
Sorry, Angela. I think you were right. What we're looking for, it's not here. Not anymore.
Thank you for helping me earlier. But I wish you hadn't. Even Mama said it. I deserve what happened.
No, Angela, that is not true.
Don't pity me. I'm not worth it. Or maybe you think you can save me? Will you love me? Care for me? Heal all my pain? That's what I thought. James. Give me back the knife.
No, I won't.
Saving it for yourself. Have it your way. It doesn't change anything.
It's hot as hell in here.
You see it too? For me, it's always like this.
Now I found the stairway. That was a really good scene. The music, the way they portrayed it. Now, it's kind of hard to see, but in that room, on the two sides of the stairwell, there were two mutilated bodies hanging from, or not hanging, but like they're on the walls. And if you look back at the cutscene, you do catch glimpses of them. And the two mutilated bodies are castrated male bodies, and they're supposed to represent Angela's father and her brother. Now, I said in the last stream erroneously that the brother is only mentioned in the novelization and not in the game. That's actually not true, but there is something that is different. Basically, so Angela was abused by her father, and in the game, she mentions her father and brother, but then she only alludes to her father abusing her. In the novelization, she says that both her father and brother abused her, which is the difference. However, the creator of Silent Hill 2 has gone on record to say that, yes, she has been abused by both. But in the game, it only alludes to her father and then the novelization she alludes to both. So I just wanted to clarify that. There's actually a lot of things, if you dig through the Silent Hill wiki, a lot of things that were left unclear, and then the director had to step in and actually like answer some of the questions directly, just to like stop people from theorizing incorrect things. I completely forgot that we hadn't seen that scene yet. I forgot that it happened so late into the game. I thought I heard a breath in my ear. Was that you, James? Wait, now we're getting back to enemies? Wait, no. The enemies don't attack me anymore. Is that what it was doing? Was it just lying there? It didn't set off my radio. Have I become the monster? Are the monsters just docile to me now? I didn't do it. Was it me? This is more unnerving than if they just attacked me. I hate you, mannequins. But I will spare you. (312) to be cleared out. Yeah, come on, attack me. You're scaring me. Uh-oh. I know what this door means. Do you? It'd be interesting if, like, whether you attack these things or not affects your ending, but I'm pretty sure that does not affect your ending. Oh, we're back in the hospital now. Or the labyrinth, one of the two. Mr. Head, I'm here for my appointment. Are you gonna be docile to me too? Pyramid Head? Pyramid Friend. Oh, I'm still on the map, technically. Way up in the top middle there. Yep, I'm up there. Ooh, a nona, what's a 9? Non-a-truple? Non-upple? A non-upple save station? That has to be the final save station. How am I for bullets? 46 rifle rounds. 135 handgun. 89 shotgun. Okay. I think I should be fine. The 9 red squares are also symbolic of something in this game too.
James!
Leave her alone. Leave us both the hell alone.
Pyramid twins. Pyramid Ted and Pyramid Fred. That's really good.
I know what you are. I know why I needed you. But it's all over now. I don't need you anymore.
I just said I don't need you, can you just leave me alone?
I'm ready.
Ow! How'd you still hit me? Not giving me a chance to shoot here. In the ankles. Ow! I preferred you when you had the cleaver. Ow! How am I so bad at dodging these things? The music is great though. Why'd he suddenly go off to the other direction? Yeah, I need an axe to beat their spears. I need to reload. That's a bad time. How did I get hit by that? James, you could learn to sprint at a proper sprinting speed for once in your life. Every time I'm about to attack one of them, the other one's already on my ass. I don't want to use... I just want to stick to my handgun for now, since I have so much ammo for it. It sucks that I can't hit him in the pyramid. It makes hitting them a little difficult. Well, that's a new attack. That's a new attack. That means I'm making progress. Bad time to reload. You guys share a health bar? Is that something twins do? Ah, juked ya. You guys gotta learn more moves than that. You only know like 2 attacks. You're never gonna get through an entire game like that. This is very anticlimactic once you get into the swing of the boss fight and all you're doing is running in circles around them. It was very climactic up until we actually started fighting. Ow. Like, for a horror icon, you think he'd have more moves. Oh, did you see that dodge? Oh, ow. James! Take your medicine faster, I swear to God. Shoot you in the ankles. James. Jesus. I can use up all my ammo on these. What if I do this? Oh, did you see that? That was so good. Pipe meta. They were like, we can't match your martial prowess, Kiro. I am the pyramid head now. Do I stand between them and hold their hands? Hey Kinabo, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. You know, from the back, they kind of look like pylon heads instead of pyramid heads. Well, they're giving me their eggs. Well, thanks, guys. It was fun playing with you. Good day, gentlemen. Yes, pyramid heads canonically lay eggs. Do you both open now? Oh. You guys sure you're okay without me? Not gonna be lonely, are you?
What do you want, James? Flowers? I don't want any damn flowers. Just go home already. Look at me. I'm disgusting. Between the disease and the drugs, I look like a monster. Well, what are you looking at? Get the hell out of here. Leave me alone already. I'm no use to anyone. I'll be dead soon anyway. It'd be easier if they just killed me. But I guess the hospital's making a nice profit off of me. Why are you still here? I told you to go. Are you deaf? Don't come back. James. Wait. Please. Don't go. Don't leave me alone. I didn't mean what I said. Please. Tell me I'll be okay. Tell me I'm not gonna die. Help me.
Okay, so the reason why I stopped moving is because one of the contributing factors to your ending is whether you listen to that whole dialogue or not. If you run straight to the end of the hallway, you can cut her off early and she won't finish her talking. But I want the ending where I do hear it all. Now we have nothing to listen to as we walk down the hallway. It's always really long. If you want to get through, if you want to skip out of a dialogue, you must have to like sprint the whole way. I just felt my game stutter for a split second there. Okay, there's a door. Is that ammo? Yes, please. 10, thank you. There must be more on this side, right? Oh, yes, please. Just in case you didn't use, just in case you used it all up. Oh, we're going up. Oh, we're going upwards, okay. I don't have a map for wherever we are. Shape forces the mind. Well, I can't go... Oh, it's flooded. I thought it was just wet. Yeah, yeah. Portable save station. Am I completely healed up? I should top myself off just in case, so I don't have to drink as much medicine during battle. Again, I wish I could kind of see my health bar.
Mary? I have missed you so much.
I've missed you too. We can finally be together. Forever.
No.
James. Honey. What's wrong?
I'm sorry. I know you tried,
James, please.
but she's gone. I know that now.
Stop it.
And I can't just keep pretending.
Shut up! What do you want? Do you even know anymore? I'm yours. I'm here for you. So what if I'm not her? I can give you what she never could. I can be better than her. What else do you want me to be? What else can I be?
I am so sorry, Maria. I really am. But this has to stop. It's time to let it go.
No.
What?
I won't let you do this to me. I won't let you go. I can't!
Ah! There, wait, the bed's in the way! The bed's in the way! No, not the tentacle, not the tentacle. She's like a combination of the Mandarins and the Flesh Lips monsters. The boss from the hospital and the Mandarins. Ow! How are you so fast? You're just a bed. Time to reload. Oh, not the bugs. That was a good dodge. Oh, now she's turning into the flesh lips. Shotgun time. Switch to your shotgun, James. Wait, that's it? Maybe I should have switched the difficulty up again. I should use the rifle, actually. I haven't used it yet. No time. Rifle. Oh, that was a great dodge. Not the bees! Yeah, her sound wave stuns you, but she doesn't attack while you're stunned. Very interesting strat, Mary. Mary. Hi, there you are. Oh, that was a beautiful dodge!
James.
Well, I think I have to finish her.
James.
Well, I think it's only fair. I use my signature weapon.
James.
No, not the pillow! The signature weapon is the pillow. That's awful.
Hey, handsome.
I'm sorry.
Don't be. I told you. I wanted the pain to end.
Yeah. You did. But that's not why I did it. The truth is, I hated you. I wanted you out of the way. I wanted my life back.
If that's true, then why do you look so sad?
Mary.
It's okay, James. Here.
What is this?
It's what you've been looking for. In my restless dreams, I see that town. Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday. But you never did. Well, I'm alone there now. In our special place. Waiting for you to come and see me. But you never do. So, I wait, wrapped in my cocoon of pain and loneliness. I know, I've done a terrible thing to you. I wish I could change that, but I can't. I feel so pathetic and ugly laying here. Every day I stare up at the cracks in the ceiling, and all I can think about is how unfair it is. The doctor came today. Told me I could go home for a short stay. It's not that I'm getting better. It's just that this could be my last chance. Even so, I'm glad to be coming home. I missed you so much. But I'm afraid, James. I'm afraid you don't really want me to come home. Every time you come to see me, I can tell how hard it is on you. I don't know if you hate me or pity me. Maybe I just disgust you. I'm so sorry. When I first learned I was gonna die, I couldn't accept it. I was so angry. I struck out at everyone I loved. Especially you. And that's why I understand if you hate me. But I want you to know, I will always love you. Even though our life together had to end like this, I still wouldn't trade it for the world. Well, this letter has gone on too long, so I'll say goodbye. I told the nurse to give this to you after I'm gone. Which means that as you're reading this, I'm already dead. But that's okay. I'm not afraid of it anymore. I just hope the pain will end soon. So that you remember me for who I was. And not what the disease made me. I want you to go on. I want you to live. For yourself. And for others. Like you did for me. James. You made me happy.
Okay, good. We got the ending I wanted. I'll talk to you guys about the story of Silent Hill, since a lot of it could probably go over your heads. But in the remake, there are 8 endings to this game. However, only 3 endings are available during your first playthrough. So of the 3 endings, that one's kind of considered the good one. But of course, it is a little bit left up to interpretation. So let me talk to you about the story. So in Silent Hill, you guys can hear me okay, right, over the credits? So in the game Silent Hill 2, James's wife, Mary, becomes ill. And her illness makes her bedridden and deforms her body. And she becomes verbally abusive to James. Lashes out at him. And then, while she's at the hospital, she makes friends with Laura, who's also at the hospital, and talks to Laura about Silent Hill, which is a place that she and James previously had visited. And she wants to go back there. Mary gets killed by James. James smothers her with a pillow, and she dies. In his grief, he kind of wipes his own memory of doing that, and instead deludes himself into thinking that Mary had died 3 years ago from her disease, when in actuality she had been alive just about a few days ago. So he is under this illusion that Mary is waiting for him in Silent Hill. So he goes to Silent Hill, and Silent Hill is a place where the manifestations of one's psyche come to life. So as James is searching through Silent Hill, he's seeing these monsters, and the monsters are reflections of his psyche. So we see like the lying figures, which are, I keep calling them flesh bags, because they look like women in body bags. And then like there's like the mannequins, which also have female features. There's the nurses, right, which represent like the hospital where Mary was. The boss we fought in the hospital, which is called the Flesh Lips, is a representation of like Mary's hospital bed, and it had her lips on the bottom of it to represent her verbal abuse towards him. Pyramid Head is like a manifestation of his grief and wanting for punishment. So he, on the inside, knows that he's responsible for this and wants to be punished. And that's why Pyramid Head keeps coming after him. And you can also see there's like sexually explicit scenes with Pyramid Head too, because it kind of shows like a desire for James and his like need for sexuality. Maria is like I forget what word they use to call her. She's not a ghost, but she's like a manifestation of his desires. So she looks like Mary, sounds like Mary, but is a little bit more sexy, a little bit more flirty. And he kind of wanted Mary to be more of those things towards the end. And so Maria is like a manifestation of those desires. Along the way, he meets other people who have been drawn to Silent Hill. And because Silent Hill reflects the psyche of the people there, they all see Silent Hill differently. So Eddie was bullied all his life. He had he hated his body because he was fat and he overate, and people made fun of him for it his whole life, and he got bullied. And that did a lot of damage to his psyche, to the point where he was getting neurotic and lashing out at other people, even when they just looked at him. He thought that they were making fun of him. And there was one bully in particular, a football player from his high school, that they continued to bully him even after school, when they left school. So eventually he shot the guy's dog. And then when the guy came out, he shot the guy in the leg and then ran away, and then the cops were after him. And then he finds himself in Silent Hill. According to the creator of Silent Hill, Eddie has not killed anyone except for the dog. So he hasn't actually killed any human beings, but every time we see him in Silent Hill, he's with a dead body. And he has his gun. And then he starts going on this rant about wanting to kill anyone that looks at him funny. Starts going off the rails. And his version of Silent Hill is like that meat locker where we fought him. It's cold, there's hanging bits of meat that look kind of human-shaped. He hears people making fun of him all the time. That's his Silent Hill. Angela is abused by her father and her brother, and at some point in her life, her mother must have left her and abandoned them. She eventually kills her father and brother, and then finds herself in Silent Hill looking for her mother, much in the same way that James is looking for Mary. And so, her version of Silent Hill is everything's on fire all the time because of the feeling that she had when she was being abused by her family. So at the end there, when she climbs up the staircase and says it's always like this, she actually dies off screen. It is confirmed by the writer that she dies off screen. Laura, on the other hand, is here to look for Mary as well. She doesn't know that Mary's dead. And because Laura is an innocent girl, she doesn't see monsters or anything in Silent Hill. Doesn't get attacked by them. So she's safe from the monsters. She doesn't see the crumbling otherworld that James sees. Okay, so puzzle level standard. We did half the game on normal combat difficulty, and then we switched it after the hospital. I kind of wish I switched it back, because I think towards the end, I think I could have done... I saved a lot of bullets and health items, but I think I could have done it, the last sections, on normal, but that's okay. It was a little more enjoyable because I felt less stressed, though. Our ending was called the Leave ending. It's kind of interesting to see number of times tried to open locked doors, 400. Number of times I checked the map, 641. I traveled 64 kilometers. Oh, there's another tab. I killed so many enemies with melee. Favorite weapon, steel pipe. My beloved. I destroyed a lot of windows too. I only died 7 times, that's pretty good. I dodged a lot too, wow. I'm a steel pipe main. You've gained New Game Plus, where you can play with access to additional items, graphic modes, and endings. I got really good at dodging. Oh, the screen's different. So, okay, now that I've summarized the plot of Silent Hill, let me tell you what the endings are and what they represent. So, there are 8 endings to this game in the remake. 3 of the endings are only available on your first... 3 of the endings are the ones available to you on your first playthrough. The other 5 you cannot get on your first playthrough. Of the 5 remaining ones, 2 of them are completely new to the remake. So the original game only had 5 endings. Or 6 endings, sorry. So 2 of them are completely new to the remake, so I actually don't know too much about them. And then also 2 of them are joke endings. And again, those 5 endings you can only get on your second playthrough. So on the first playthrough, the 3 endings you can get, there are a few things that decide your ending. So we got the Leave ending. So in the Leave ending, James leaves Silent Hill with Laura and seems to have come to terms with what he's done. And Mary, from her letter, posthumously seems to forgive him. But of course that happened before he smothered her. Things that affect this ending. Checking Mary's photo and Mary's letter at least 2 times throughout the playthrough will contribute to this ending, which is why I kept looking at pictures of my wife. You also do not want to inspect Angela's knife. HP also affects it. If you leave James at high HP through most of the fight, or through most of the game, it's symbolizing like he wants to continue living. If you keep him in the red for more than 10 minutes, apparently that's the number, then it contributes towards another ending. Me, I was in red for like half of the entire first stream because healing items were very sparse. But luckily it seems I've overcome that penalty. The other thing that affects your ending is the amount of time you spend with Maria. So for example, if you let Maria get injured when you're with her, which we did a couple times by accident, or if you go visit her in the hospital, which I did by accident, or in the labyrinth, you have at least like 2 chances to go back and visit her and see her in the jail cell, which I did not do on purpose. Also, after she dies in the labyrinth, if you go back and check on her body, that also affects that ending as well. Also, when you're in the other world, Neely's bar, there was that message on top of the jukebox, and I did not read it. I read it without inspecting it. Lastly, in that hallway after you fight the double pyramid heads, if you listen to Mary's entire monologue or not, that changes your ending. So we got the ending where they leave. So this symbolizes James' will to live and his desire to be forgiven by Mary. So in other words, inspect Mary's photo, do not inspect Angela's knife, keep his HP high, don't spend too much time with Maria, listen to the entire conversation after the 2 pyramid head things. Those are the flags for this ending. This is the ending that you're probably going to get when you play through the game, because most of the time when you play through games, I think most people would try to heal as often as possible, and also be suspicious of Maria, because she is very shady, right? There is another ending called... Oh yeah, and in that ending, the enemy, the final boss we fought, identified herself as Maria. That's important as well. There's another ending called In Water, otherwise known as the suicide ending. In this one, James decides to kill himself at the end of the game. He goes back to his car at the very beginning of the game, and then drives the car into the lake. And it has also been confirmed by the writer of the game that the entire game, Mary's dead body was actually in the backseat of his car. Some fans mistakenly thought it was in the trunk, but apparently the creator came out and said that she's actually in the back seat. So that's messed up. And that's probably one of the most chilling revelations of Silent Hill 2, the idea that her dead body has just been in that car that entire time. So in this ending, you need to show suicidal tendencies. So inspect Angela's knife at least once. That is a requirement for this ending, apparently. Spend a lot of time at low HP. Avoid spending time with Maria. Listen to the Pyramid Head conversation, or the after double Pyramid Head conversation about Mary. And in the other world, in Neely's bar, you have to read the note above the jukebox, which has a note of suicide on it. So that ending is... Apparently it's a bit easier to get in this game than it was in the original. However, people think that also the total amount of damage you accumulate throughout the entire game might have affected it as well. Some people have reported that they went through the whole game without going into red HP much, but they took a lot of damage. And that also triggers the in water ending. However, it appears that examining Angela's knife is a prerequisite, because people have recorded saying they beat the game, they got the leave ending, they reloaded their save file, they inspected Angela's knife, and then they went and did the exact same thing and they suddenly got that ending. So that seems to be a prerequisite for that ending. In both the leave ending and the in water ending, the final boss of the game identifies herself as Mary. Or sorry, as Maria. Sorry, I'm getting confused. In leave ending, which is what we got, and the in water ending, the final boss will call herself Maria. In the third ending, which is called the Maria ending, in this ending, James accepts Maria and he leaves town with Maria, and it's implied that he, wants to get together with Maria, and Maria also starts coughing, which implies that she's also going to come down with whatever disease that Mary had. This is considered like the selfish ending of the game. Like, James is being selfish. To get this ending, you need to not be checking Mary's photo, not be checking Angela's knife. HP still needs to be high. Spend time with Maria. Protect her, don't let her take damage. Stand around with her a lot, keeping her close. Check on her in the hospital room. Check on her multiple times in the labyrinth. Check on her body after she dies in the labyrinth. Also, at the end, after you beat the double pyramid heads, run through the hallway and don't listen to Mary's story. In this ending, the final boss actually identifies herself as Mary and not Maria, even though the final boss appears the same. So the final boss of the game technically could be Mary or Maria, depending on what you choose, although she looks the same. Some people just call the final boss her, to just say it's her. So those are the three endings you can get in the game on your first playthrough. Leave, In Water, and Maria. In the New Game Plus of this game, when you start the game, you still have nothing. You don't carry over any bullets, you don't carry over any items. However, if you do a New Game Plus, at the beginning of the game, you can pick up a chainsaw near the beginning of the game. And you can use the chainsaw as a melee weapon. Apparently, it controls kind of difficult, but it does a ton of damage. That chainsaw is actually important for a couple of the new endings. So in the 5 endings of the game that are only on New Game Plus, of those 5 endings, 3 of them are from the original game. One of them is the Rebirth ending. In that game, you have to collect certain items that are new to New Game Plus, scattered around the world. When you get to the end of the game, James instead, and this is a reference to, I think, Silent Hill 1, where it's more about a cult in Silent Hill, James will take Mary's dead body on a boat on the lake with these items that you've gathered and attempt to resurrect her. And the outcome of said resurrection is unclear. That's the Rebirth ending. The other 2 endings that are New Game Plus from the original game are joke endings. So there's the dog ending. In the dog ending, when you get to the end of the game, when you get to this room where the VCR is, you can open up a secret door as long as you've collected certain items throughout the game. And when you go into the room, you find like a secret room where there's a dog. And the dog is like in front of a bunch of monitors holding a bunch of controls, and it's revealed that this dog, I think her name is Mira, and she's a Shiba Inu, admits that she has been the one, she's the mastermind who has been orchestrating the entire game from behind the scenes. That's the dog ending. And I think the dog ending continues off of a dog ending from the first Silent Hill game as well. The other joke ending is the UFO ending, which is, it was aliens all along, which is also a common recurring joke ending among all the Silent Hill games. It was an alien who was doing all this, or a bunch of aliens, a bunch of gray dudes. The other 2 new endings, which are added for the remake, I actually don't know too much about. They're called the Bliss ending and the Stillness ending. Both of them require you to collect certain items throughout the game and do something different when you get to this room in the hotel. I believe the Stillness ending, in order to get the Stillness ending, you need to have done the In Water ending on your first playthrough, or at least on some playthroughs. So you have to have gotten the Suicide ending in order to get the Stillness ending on a subsequent playthrough, which I believe it's linked to it. I think it's also probably some form of suicidal ending. But I have not watched it yet because I didn't want to spoil myself, and I probably won't be playing through this game again. The Bliss ending, I'm not completely sure what it is. You need to collect a bunch of items throughout the game. And again, I think you need the chainsaw to access some of these items. And I think when you get to this room, you have to use like a white powder that you get. And then the game immediately ends. I'm gonna guess that probably just James is another form of James unaliving himself, but I have not watched the ending, so don't quote me on that. No, it's not crack. I think it's like a medication or something like that, like some kind of poison, but I'm not sure. So I'm not going to be playing through this game to get the other endings. We took about 20 hours to go through this game. Most people have reported 17 to 22 hours. You can go through it faster if you beeline it and do everything and like don't explore extra. Probably sub 15 hours, maybe even less, I'm sure. More than double the length of the original game. The original game was about 8 hours. That being said, you might think it's really hard to get all these endings or time consuming, but apparently it's actually pretty easy to get all the endings in 2 playthroughs if you play your cards right. One of which is if you get the in water ending the first time, then you go through the second playthrough, you collect all the items you need for all the secret endings, and then you come to this room, and then you make an extra save slot, and then from there you branch out into the different ones. So from there, you check on Mira the dog, or check on the aliens, or take the white powder, or inspect Angela's knife, etc, etc. So it's possible to efficiently get all the endings in 2 playthroughs, because the game only tracks that you have beaten the endings, not that you've saved on those endings, at least. Yeah, so the length is because every area is longer. Like, there's more puzzles, there's more enemies, there's more to explore, right? They've expanded on all the zones. I think that's all I have to say about the endings of the game. Now let's talk about the review. I think this was a great horror game. I think it's an excellent addition to the horror pantheon, and even though I didn't play Silent Hill 2 original, I have watched playthroughs of it, and I think that this game definitely, I would prefer playing this game over the original. And I know a lot of people would prefer the original if they played that one first. Personally, I think if you've played neither game, then you should play the newer one, just for the quality of life. People were skeptical that Bloober Team would be able to pull this off. I like Bloober Team. They did Layers of Fear. I liked Layers of Fear, even though it was one of the early games, so it was rough around certain edges. Apparently, a lot of people hate on Bloober Team because some big-name YouTubers or streamers were dunking on them at one point, and a bunch of people followed the bandwagon. I personally think that I would trust in them to do a horror game. That being said, even the creator of Silent Hill 2, the original one, Masahiro Ito, and also the creator of Pyramid Head, praised this game. So if you have the original creator's blessing, I think that means good. Now, in terms of horror games, I mentioned this before. So we have like horror games that are action horror games, like Resident Evil, right? It's kind of scary, but you have all these weapons, you're a walking armory. It's more action gamey. After you get into it a little bit, it's not as scary. So we have games that are completely on like the horror games that are more on the action side. Then we have horror games when you're completely helpless, right? Amnesia: The Dark Descent, Soma, Still Wakes the Deep, the ones where you just have to hide, stealth, you can't really fight back. Those games are a different type of horror game, right? This game occupies some kind of area in between. We do have the action, although that's not the focus of it, but you can kill the enemies. The fact that you can kill the enemies definitely takes away some of the horror, especially once you've seen them enough times, because there aren't that many different enemy types in this game. That takes away some of the horror. However, resources are limited. Especially at the beginning of the game, we were very low on medicine. We became very low on ammo at some point in the game. Conserving that and knowing when to fight and when not to fight is a big part of it. And I assume that if you're playing it on hard mode, you probably leave a lot of the enemies alive and try to explore around while leaving them, which probably makes it more scary, right? So Silent Hill's somewhere in between. And I think it kind of does strike that balance, because it does get really creepy at times, and I think someone who is not accustomed to horror games would definitely get a lot of scares out of this game. that being said, there are some things that maybe I think could be improved. I mean, for one thing, the combat, I'm gonna give it to them as this. The combat is a little janky, but I think that's intentional, because combat in the original Silent Hill 2 was very janky. So I think they did that on purpose. That being said, I got used to it after a while. I learned when to dodge. Again, the same enemies throughout. You just whack them with the pipe afterwards. If you have enough ammo, it takes care of them easily. It's just a matter of knowing when to use it. You have different types of guns to deal with different situations. Overall, though, there isn't really much to the combat, right? You have an attack button, you have a dodge button, you reload, you have your gun. So, but I get it. That's part of the charm, it being janky. So I get it. So I'm not going to complain about the combat. I think they did fine, although I could definitely see it getting stale after a while. A lot of people said they prefer the fixed camera of the original Silent Hill 2 because they thought it makes it more scary, kind of like original Resident Evil 1. Now, I understand the argument that an over-the-camera angle is not as scary as sometimes, but I would argue that over-the-camera or over-the-shoulder could also be more scary, because it also means that sometimes enemies could be off-screen and you would turn your camera in the wrong direction and get attacked. That happened to me many times. So, yes, a fixed camera can be scary, but also having control over the camera could also affect the scares. Now, I also prefer the over-the-shoulder because personally, the fact that you have over-the-shoulder means you can aim your gun. In the original Silent Hill 2, you only shot your gun really straightforward, right? Which also means the boss fights were pretty boring. You just run around the room and you shoot straight. While here, it's like, you have to look at the ceiling, you have to look at the floor. Even for bosses and normal enemies, I think that adds a level of fear to it, right? How you can have enemies in the ceiling, on the walls, crawling on the floor. I think that adds to the horror. So I actually like the over-the-shoulder, although I understand how some scenes might not look as scary when you have control over the camera, or when your character is always in view. Personally, I also prefer the over-the-shoulder more than a first-person view, because I just don't like first-person view in general. At least when I have a over-the-shoulder, I have the illusion I can watch my character's back, right? But that's just a personal thing. So between first-person and third-person, whatever. But I still think I prefer it over the fixed camera, despite what people may argue. I think people who like the original one, I mean, fair to ya, fair play. But I think a lot of it is nostalgia, because if someone goes back and tries to play it nowadays, it'd be really hard. I think it'd just be more frustrating than scary. Personally, especially if you watch someone else play it, which I know is a different experience than playing it yourself, but it is very janky. Combat's super janky. The camera's super janky. It just feels like it might be an unpleasant gaming experience. But for a lot of people that are Silent Hill fans, that's what they liked about it. They liked that it was uncomfortable and janky. And I think that, again, that's just a nostalgia thing. Now, in terms of enemies, I wish there were more enemies in the game. I know they kept to the original. They kept all the enemies from the original, so they didn't really have a chance to add new things. They did add some new mechanics for some of them. Like, for example, the lying figures, or as I call them, flesh bags. We met them, we fought them. There's also variations of them that slither on the ground, although they can transfer between slithering or standing. But the way you deal with the slithering enemy is different than the way you deal with the standing enemy. Furthermore, in the other world, there were exploding ones. So that also added a new layer of complexity that suddenly, when we got to Blue Creek Apartments, we were like, oh no, there's exploding ones now. I have to deal with them differently. The nurses had different attacks. We had knife nurses and we had steel pipe nurses. That was different. You deal with them a little bit differently when it comes to fighting. The mannequins, we later saw mannequins that crawled on the ceilings and the walls. That was a new twist. So even though they kept all the original enemies of the game, they did mix it up by giving some of them new traits that evolved throughout the game. I wish they did more of that. But again, I think they want to harken back to the original and not add too much new stuff, so I respect that. But I do think it was very stale fighting the same enemies over and over again. And that kind of made it less scary after a while. The boss fights, though, I think were really good. Flesh Lips boss fight, definitely better than it was in the original game. Having to look in the ceiling and then dodge it as it comes down and then attack it, I think was pretty good. Abstract Daddy was probably the best boss fight in the game. Actually, no, that's a lie. Sorry. Eddie was the best boss fight in the game. That was a really good complete departure from all the other bosses where you just smack them around, when you can hide and stealth, and you have to turn off your flashlight so you can't see. And he took a lot of bullets. He had like 3 phases. Holy moly. I think the Abstract Daddy part was one of my favorite sections of the game, though. The fact that you didn't have a map, he was chasing you. I think it would have been scarier if you couldn't beat him up every time, though, if he just chased you and you couldn't do anything about it. Especially if you learned that he took more damage from melee attacks, because suddenly he seemed like a chump. And again, I'm not sure if that's intentional or if that's just a game bug. Because if you try to shoot him, it takes a lot of bullets. And that could seem scarier. But the fact that I beat him up with a pipe made him less scary. But the scene itself was very well done. I think every scene with Angela was very well done. The Pyramid Head fights, yes, he was the first boss of the game, so it was just like, dodge around, shoot him, dodge around, shoot him. Second time, we had to run away from him in the hospital. That was scripted. Running away from him in the labyrinth was fine. Running away from him in the labyrinth with the fleshy hand wall was tough because they were in close quarters, but it wasn't hard. And then the fight at the end was just like, well, now can you handle 2 of them at once? And I wish that they just gave him a little bit more mechanics, because he is the iconic character of Silent Hill 2, and to see him kind of taken down as like such a chump seems a little anticlimactic. I wish there were more parts where he had to chase you and you couldn't do anything about it, because I think that would make him an intimidating antagonist. That he would chase you and there was nothing you could do, you couldn't fight back. That's what would make him scarier. But the fact that during our first encounter, we beat him up doesn't really add to that. But again, that's how he was in the original. So I think a lot of people do overhype how scary Pyramid Head is. I mean, obviously they made him a little scary in the movies, and he comes back for other Silent Hill games, which Masahiro Ito, again, does not agree with, because he created Pyramid Head specifically to be a representation of James's guilt. So to suddenly have him appearing in other Silent Hill games as a character that just seems to manifest when anyone has any kinds of negative emotions kind of takes away from him. But I get it. He's iconic. They made a lot of money off him, so they want to keep bringing him back. But I do know that Masahiro Ito protested putting him in other games, and they ignored him and just continued to put him in games. And then they put him in the patchy slot and made Silent Hill into a pachinko machine game, which a lot of people took air with. So yeah, thanks Konami. But I think a lot of like the subtle stuff at the beginning was really good. Like hearing his cleaver being dragged on the ground, seeing the destruction left in his wake was a good build-up. The atmosphere in this game is really good. I think the sound design is probably the most strong part of the game. The way that when you can't see the enemies, you have to look around and listen for them. The mannequins that don't set off your radios, the way that when you turn off your flashlight and it's so dark and you really have to listen. Like the stealth section at the end was great in terms of scariness. Atmosphere, sound design, great. Now, I do remember that I've said a few times that I wish they had a couple more little jump scares, but I respect that they didn't. I don't like it when a horror game or movie relies too much on jump scares. They're cheap scares, right? But there were a lot of opportunities where they could have done it in this game, and I think this game did a great job of building up this tense atmosphere. There were a lot of times where I was going down a hallway and I was like, something's gonna jump out at me, something's gonna jump out at me, and then nothing did. So I was on edge for no reason, and that happened a lot. But it'd be nice if once in a while there was a payoff. It'd be nice if once in a while when I was tense, there actually was something. Because after a while, I was kind of like, okay, I feel tense, but I know nothing's gonna jump out at me because that's just not their style. So I think it would have been nice if they had a few little jump scares just here and there, not overdoing it. Just have a monster jump out of the bushes at me, drop from the ceiling without me seeing it crawl up the ceiling to begin with. There were a couple parts in the game where you're walking and like a painting falls off the wall right next to you, but they only did that like once or twice. I think that would have been good to do a couple more times or do something different. Or in the Woodside Apartments when you get the cans and you throw them down the garbage chute, and as you're leaving, the laundry machine starts ruffling and banging, and that like freaks you out, but then nothing comes of it. No enemy comes out of that laundry machine. So it'd be nice if some of the jump scary moments actually had payoffs. But I respect that Silent Hill's not about jump scares, and it's more about the psychological horror and the story, so I can understand why they didn't go with that. Me personally, I would have liked to have a couple scares. Definitely a lot of points in the game where it felt like it dragged on a little bit. The hospital area was really long. There were times where I was just like, this is way too long, and I'm getting tired. This game is a little mentally draining to play for the first time, for hours on end, which is part of it because it's Silent Hill, so I think it should make you feel that way to begin with. But I think some areas need to be rebalanced for length. Like, I think Toluca Prison was a good length. I think the hotel was a good length. I feel like the hospital was too long. The apartments individually were fine, but because you do them back to back, felt a little bit like a slog, but I know they're kind of like that in the original game too. And if you're paying money for this game, full price, AAA, getting your time and money out of it, I think it's definitely worth it that they made it this long. I think it was a good length, but maybe trimming it down a little bit would have been okay with me, because I wasn't expecting to play it for this long, but I enjoyed it. The puzzles, I think, some of them were really good. I think the gallows puzzle was really good. The way you have to rearrange the puzzles and then decide which one, using your own judgment, is the justified one. I actually went back and checked, and apparently on my playthrough, they were, I think on most people's playthroughs, there's actually 2 justified ones. I chose the arsonist, because they burned down the church, but the church was full of bad people. But apparently the last one, which I was on the fence about, the one where the guy said, I killed a man, but that was because he was more beast than man, and he was trying to break me, so I broke him first. Apparently that one's also considered justified. Because I was watching some other people play it, and I was like, wait, they have more than one that's different than what I had. So apparently there's more than one answer to the gallows one. Maybe on hard difficulty it's a bit different. It's kind of neat that they have different difficulties for the puzzles. I looked at some of the easy mode puzzles, and they're significantly more straightforward than the standard puzzles, but the standard puzzles were still very doable. The hard mode puzzles, some of them are a little ridiculous, but Silent Hill is known for that. So I think it's kind of cool that they had the puzzle difficulty. The puzzle in the apartment with the coins, we had to flip it, and it was like the woman, the man, and the snake, and the flower. I think that was a very inventive puzzle too. That was very good. Some of the puzzles weren't so fun. Again, I point to the hospital section. It was a lot, the difference between the apartments and the hospitals, the apartment was less backtracking, while the hospital was a lot of backtracking, but the area was more open than the apartments felt. But because you were doing all this backtracking, a lot of the hospital was like, this door's locked. Go over there to get the key. Oh, you got the key? That key opens something else to give a keypad. You gotta get the combo for the keypad. Oh, now you have the combo for the keypad? Now you get the key that opens that other door that you're trying to open. Like, it was just a lot of that in the hospital, and I didn't really mind it, but it did feel, because that area was so long, it was just a lot of that. So it was a lot of, like, the no-brainer puzzles, where you just kind of grab things and move from point A to point B. It was very nice that James marked everything on his map, and he did a very good job of doing that, and he would immediately mark things on his map, so I appreciated that a lot. As someone who is generally pretty good at reading maps, but it was nice for him to like record down which doors were closed, for example, or which ones you need to go back to do something, or where was the padlock. Though that was very nice, I think. I think that's mostly what I want to say about the game. I think this definitely, it's not a game for everyone, but I think if you're looking for a good horror game, I think it definitely fills that niche, especially if you want one that is somewhere between Resident Evil and Amnesia: The Dark Descent, somewhere where you can still fight, but fighting is not your forte, I think is kind of the gist of it, I feel. But definitely not for everyone. Maybe too scary for some people, maybe too long for some people, maybe too long and boring at some parts for some people. Story is still good. I think they did a good job of bringing to life the original story as well. So I think that was all kept intact, and all the cutscenes I think were done very well too. Hey Raisna, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for coming by. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you guys are doing well today. Thank you so much for sharing your community with me. And Firewater Phoenix, welcome to the stream. Hope you guys are all doing well today. Hope you had a good time with Raisna. Go check out Raisna. She's an amazing streamer. She is not only a Final Fantasy XIV player and a raider, but she also plays a lot of retro JRPGs. And she's doing a donathon right now for a good cause. So you gotta go check her out. Say hello, give her all your support, because she's super kind and awesome. Hope you guys had a good stream today. What were you playing today? Did you have a good time? I'm Kiro. I'm the frog-themed martial artist. We just finished beating Silent Hill 2 Remake, so I'm just giving my thoughts before we wrap up the stream. So good timing. Thank you so much for stopping by. Feel free to sit back and relax. Go take care of yourself after your stream. What was I going to say? Oh, right. So, again, between like the spectrum of action horror games like Resident Evil and stealth walking simulator horror games like Amnesia, Silent Hill sits somewhere in between. I also like that they had a lot of cutscenes. Well, not, maybe a lot is too generous, but at least it felt like they had enough. And one thing I don't like about some walking simulator games is that a lot of the story is only told through notes that you pick up and read. And I don't mind the reading, but it'd be nice if there was a little bit more cutscene instead of just purely reading notes, which is something I didn't like about Amnesia Dark Descent, which a lot of people like that horror game, but I'm glad they had the cutscenes, really. Played some Final Fantasy XIV. Nice. Oh, you finished the healer role quest for Dawn Trail. That's my favorite Dawn Trail role quest. I just adored it so much. It was so fun. Hope you had a good time. Hope you enjoyed it. So overall, I think this game is good, but not for everyone. I think if I were to give it a rating, I'm not sure if I would give it an 8 out of 10 or maybe a 9 out of 10. I think it depends on what I'm talking about. I think because it is a remake, so they don't want to change too much from the original in terms of, like, you know, the monster types, the story beats. And they did actually add new endings, which I think is pretty good. It's definitely not a game I would come back and just play for fun, because it's just not my type of game to do that, to come back and get all the other endings, but I could see other people doing it. So, I don't know, maybe 8.5. Let's put it in between. 8.5 out of 10. But I could easily see it being a 9 for some people. I can see it being a 7 for some people. Graphics-wise, also really good as well. The beautiful reflections of the water and the dilapidated areas, I think, were really good. I think the area design was actually pretty good for most of the areas. So going around and having to backtrack, it didn't feel like too much backtracking. And there was a lot of quality of life, like, oh, you went around this long way? Well, here, you unlock a door that brings you back to that place you were before that you couldn't open previously because you were on the other side. That kind of quality of life stuff I think was really nice and needed. And it made a lot of those puzzles seem less annoying. Now, I am playing this on PS5. I've heard a lot of people playing it on PC are having a lot of glitches and bugs. I've read about a lot of them, some of them which might delete your save files or soft block you in the game. Thankfully, I didn't encounter any of that. I don't know if it's just a PC thing, or maybe I just got lucky. But a lot of times, I think, like, this is just, not specifically with this game, but a lot of times I find PC ports of games, you know, they take up a lot of space on your PC, they require a lot of resources to run, you have to play with the settings a lot to optimize them. Personally, I like console gaming when I can, especially for AAA titles. It's also just easier to stream, to use it through a console, in my opinion. Especially since it means I can control my OBS and my game separately without having to alt-tab, which is personally something I like. So I can't rightfully say that the PC version of the game would share the same score based on that. But maybe they'll patch it and fix it later, I don't know. I think that's mostly what I wanted to talk about. Oh yeah, and the music was good. The music was good in the areas that had music. A lot of the areas just had ambient sound, which was also good. Oh yeah, and one other thing is, like, I kept saying that there were lots of times, especially at the beginning of every stream when we entered a new area, I would be cautious and a little bit scared, not to say scared, but like wary of my surroundings, because I didn't know what to expect. But once you knew what to expect in an area, the scares wore off, right? I know what types of enemies are in this area, I know how the room layouts look, I know what I'm looking for, I know I've walked through this hallway before and there's no enemies because I killed them all. That takes away some of the scares. So that's why in areas like the hospital, where they were very long, after a while it got less scary because you'd already been through all those hallways, at least until you picked up a key item and respawned a bunch of enemies, which would make it a little scarier at times. But it was nice that between areas they did mix things up a little bit, introduce a new enemy. Like when we got to the hospital, the nurses were a completely different problem than the previous enemies we faced. In the prison, it was significantly darker, plus there were enemies on the walls, which completely changed the game. In the Lakeview Hotel, we had an entire section where we didn't have our weapons or our healing items, which completely changed the game. So it was nice, they still found ways to keep it fresh, I just would have preferred it if some of those were a little bit less spaced out. And Silent Hill is actually really beautiful, but we spend a lot of times indoors. Most of the time we just see these dark hallways instead of seeing the townscape, which again I know is like what the original game was, but I still think it's worth mentioning. So is this game worth playing? I think if you're trying to play Silent Hill and you want to pick one Silent Hill, you've never played a Silent Hill game before and you want to get into it and you want to pick one game to play, I think this one's good. I don't think you need to go back and play the OG. If you play the OG one, I could understand if you play this one. There might be things you don't like about it. But I think if I were to strictly compare the two of them and just play them in this day and age, this one would hold up, obviously, because it's new, and the old one wouldn't really because of all the jankiness, which some of the people find that's part of their charm. In terms of all the horror games, I think this is a worthy addition for anyone. I mean, we know the Silent Hill is a household name. As a casual gamer that doesn't like horror games, I think it's a good experience if you're willing to throw yourself into that and be scared. But it might be a bit too scary for some people, or it might be not enough scary for people that are hardcore horror veterans because, again, a lot of those scares wear off. But I liked it. I enjoyed it. I think that's all I have to say. I've talked for a long time. I hope that covers all my thoughts. I had a lot of thoughts going through this game. Most of the time when I finish a game and I talk about it for a long time on stream, and then after I make the video and upload it, then I'm like, oh darn it, I thought of like 2 or 3 other things I could have been talking about and I didn't. But I think that's really everything I've been thinking about. Yeah, thank you, Jimmy-chan. Thank you so much for dropping by the stream as well. Yeah, I think that's all I have to say. This game was definitely longer than I expected, but I'm okay with that. So, thank you for joining me here on stream. Thank you so much for joining me for Silent Hill 2. And if you missed some streams or if you want to catch up, all the videos are up on YouTube right now except for this one, so they will be up. It's fun to watch other people play horror games, I admit. And we're going to continue Metaphor ReFantazio tomorrow, and we already played through the demo of that game, so we're going to pick up from where the demo left off. So that will be for tomorrow, and we're going to be playing that game for the near future until I either get tired of it or something else comes out or I beat it. One of those things. We'll see. But thank you so much for coming by, guys, and I am glad you guys enjoyed having fun with me too. Oh, Chibi Rob, thank you so much for dropping by as well. Anyone else who might be lurking out there, thank you so much. Or watching this on YouTube, I really appreciate it. Let me link to my socials in case you want to check them out. I also play other horror games. If you want to watch me play Resident Evil or Layers of Fear, Still Wakes the Deep, those are all up on my YouTube. Also, JRPGs, mystery games, visual novels, fighting games, a lot of different things. Let's go find someone to raid. Who's playing? Who's playing? Who's playing? Okay, let's go drop in on our friend, Luke. He is a relatively new streamer, very sweet. He's playing Wuthering Waves. Go say hi to him and give him a follow, because he's awesome and very kind. I will see you guys tomorrow for Metaphor ReFantazio. Thanks so much. Bye, Froggy friends.